Hello, my name's Penny.
I'm Marcus.
And we are Feltham's Farm, home to the supreme British champion at the Virtual Cheese Awards, Renegade Monk.
So we're thrilled to be here as part of the Virtual Wells Food Festival, and let's show you around our farm. So it's almost time to cut the curd, so I'm just testing it to see how well the coagulation has taken hold. And yep, that's just about ready to cut, so I'm happy with that. I'm now going to cut the curd. What we're looking to do is to cut the curd eventually into nice cubes, and the whey will separate out from the curd, the solid bit of the cheese. While we do have a big vat, the process is still very much artisan, very much hand done. And this vat looks very modern. It is very modern, but what's exciting about it is that it is heated, the milk is heated using ground source heat and topped up with solar energy. So there's nothing coming off the grid, no fossil fuels. So I'm now going to stir the curds. They've been cut, they've been sitting for a bit. You can see the whey has risen to the top, the curds have sunk down. And so I'm stirring them just to agitate them a bit, get them to drive out a little bit more whey. It's quite a gentle process. I don't want to damage the curds too much. So if I went at it very aggressively, you'd break up the curd and that would result in a much drier cheese. So this being a soft cheese, I want to keep quite a lot of the whey inside the curd. There's quite a lot that you can tell just from the texture, how it wobbles, how it breaks up, as to how well that renneting has gone. So you can see it's very delicate, it's very soft. So we'll leave that for another few minutes. The curds will sink down to the bottom again, the whey will come to the top, then we'll give it another stir, let it sit again, and then we'll be ready to mould up. So we're just draining off as much of the whey as we can before we start moulding up. This all gets pumped out to a container out there and we can take it straight out to our pigs. So 2 hours after this, we'll turn the cheeses in the moulds. They'll be firm enough to handle by then. Turn them again after another 3 hours, and then they'll sit in here overnight. Tomorrow morning they come out of the moulds, we'll salt one side of them. 12 hours later we'll salt the other side, and a day later they'll go into the maturing room where they'll sit for 4 weeks. And then they'll be ready. There are other processes that happen in the maturing room, but they're trademarked.
So I'm feeding our Oxford Sandy and Black pigs, which are a very old, rare breed type of pig. Apples, and we've just given them some whey, which is a byproduct of the cheese we make. And we keep pigs because when we first started making cheese, we asked, our environmental health officer asked what we were going to do with the whey. And he said that if we didn't, we had to have it basically taken off by lorry because it's too acidic for our drains. And then we kind of said, well, maybe there are other ways to do this. And actually pigs love whey, as indeed do bodybuilders. So that's why we have some very lovely sweet tasting pigs, because whey is used to make Parma ham, so from Parmesan cheese. So actually the meat that we produce from these pigs is some of the sweetest meat that you will taste. This pig has just had piglets, but we're going to try and coax them out. The other animals we keep on our small holding are sheep. We keep Highland sheep because they are the easiest sheep. They need as little human intervention as possible. They lamb themselves, they stay out all winter. Essentially they're quite hardy, and we like them because also they're taking farming back to or animal farming back to its most natural state. They're not these enormous colossal sheep that you see, and the meat just tastes different. It's much more like game. We also keep some chickens, but that's just for our own use. One of the most upsetting things actually about keeping sheep is that the market for wool is so precarious. We've tried several times to kind of find uses for the wool that we shear every spring. The best use that we make of it is by putting it back on the land as mulch around our vegetables. So here we are on the south-facing side of our cheese barn, and what we did when we built our new cheese barn last year was that we wanted to make sure that we were as sustainable as possible. So we started off with heating, and we looked at ground source heat pumps. We've got about 1 kilometre of loop under the field, and they do all the heating and actually in our case also some of the cooling for our farm. However, what we discovered was that if you're going to have a heat pump, you also need
solar panels, or a lot of electricity anyway. So rather than buying it from the grid, we put in about 60 kilowatts of solar panels over 3 barn roofs, and they supply all the electricity we need in the cheese barn as well.
What we then do is that we plug in our electric van. Again, another way of, because we do a lot of our own local deliveries, it's another way of kind of storing solar energy. And that means that all your cheese, which is delivered in Somerset, comes to you guilt-free, because there is absolutely no, there's no fossil fuels used in it at all, and our carbon, it's carbon neutral.
And then to carry on with the sustainability angle, all the whey is collected from the cheese make into the tractor. Has got a container behind it, and that gets taken out to the pigs and fed directly to the pigs, and the pigs love it.
The one thing we haven't yet found is an electric tractor. If you know one, do let us know. We've also started to outgrow, we produce more vegetables now than we can eat ourselves as a family, or indeed as part of the community that works here. We work with worldwide opportunities on organic farms called woofing. So we have a lot of volunteers who come and spend, particularly in the summer months, time with us. They're often young, trying to learn new skills or just get experience and see, get out of towns and cities. And we love it because it's a real opportunity to work with kind of lots of very different people. But we now grow more vegetables than we can actually feed everyone. So
we're selling them, hooray!
We sell them to the fantastic Whole Foods in Wincanton, which is going largely organic, and they have those dispensing machines where you can take out your rice or nuts or figs. And Claudia and Helen also sell our artichokes and our beetroot and
our cheese.
And
so we're in organic conversion at the moment. So all the time we've been here on the farm, so 6-7 years, we've farmed as organically, but it's only now that we're getting the full organic certification. So the cheese is obviously organic already. The piglets, they have been born whilst we're in conversion, so they're now organic, and all animals now born on the farm will be organic from here on in.
So these are Feltham's Farm's 2 cheeses that we have out at the moment. The multi-award winning Renegade Monk, which was just named Supreme Champion at the Virtual Cheese Awards this year in July, which we're very proud of. And this is Rebel Nun, which is its sister cheese, and is kind of interesting because, Marcus, do you want to explain why it's interesting?
It's much bluer, a little bit dirtier, a little bit gnarlier, but it's got a sort of creaminess, a bit like a Roquefort. So it is very much the sister cheese, and it's a very similar process, but we add more blue into the mix, and we add one of the other cultures at a different stage, which allows the blue to come through, and less of the rind wash taste. So they are very much related to each other, but if you prefer a bluer cheese, go for the Rebel Nun, and if you like that sort of stinky French style washed rind cheese, go for the Renegade Monk.
And the reason we call our cheese Renegade Monk, that was the first cheese we made, was because we, it's because we're near Temple Combe, which is the home of the original Renegade Monks, the Knights Templar. And
washing cheeses in alcohol is an old European monastic technique, hence the monk. But when we made this, we sort of broke the rules. So it's a washed rind, but it's a blue cheese, and that hadn't been done before. And so the purists would go, you can't do that. Well, we did, and so that's the Renegade. But let's try some of the Rebel Nun.
So what's helpful to know about Rebel Nun is that it's actually made to almost the same recipe as this one, but it's an entirely different cheese, and that's the beauty of artisan cheese making.
So these haven't been out of the fridge long enough. What we normally recommend is that any soft cheese you take out of the fridge a good 2 or 3 hours before you want to eat it. get it to room temperature is really important in terms of the taste, and it will also help the cheese to relax and start oozing. So this is going to be a little bit on the firm side. But you can see with the Renegade Monk you never really get any blue, occasionally a little bit on the rind, but with the Nun there's much more blue, and sometimes you get the blue veining on the inside as well.
One of the jobs we have is to actually try each batch of cheese that's made, and it's quite an arduous process, but actually one we absolutely love. It's lovely.
So I think we're happy with that batch.
The natural world is incredible. And by nature, it's cyclical. Day turns to night, seasons come and go, child becomes parent. Everything is connected and delicately balanced. As organic farmers, we see the amazing things nature can provide. We also see how people and intensive modern farming can damage it. But nature is resilient. It's evolved to look after and restore itself. It will find a way as long as we let it. We need to work with nature, not against it. For us, that means farming organically. And we've been doing it for 25 years. Saying no to artificial fertilisers, being cleaner and greener, looking out for our neighbours, and creating better packaging, all so we can make wholesome food as nature intended. We're doing our bit, and now you can do yours. By choosing organic, little and often, we can all live a more sustainable life. So that one day, we will see nature back to its best. Because the natural world is incredible. Put nature first. For you, wildlife, the world.
Hi, my name is Az from Reckless Desserts. We are a small artisan patisserie based near Wales in Somerset. Our shop is located at Rookery Farm near Bigham. So today we are going to make a classic French dessert called a Paris-Bresse. So there it is in its final state. We have here a choux pastry ring with some toasted hazelnuts and a praline mousseline cream. So first things first, we need to add the ingredients in a pan. So there's a very small amount of ingredients. That's why it's so classic, so simple to make. So we're going to make the choux pastry. The choux pastry is composed of some water, 120 grams of water, some whole milk, 60 grams of whole milk, a pinch of salt, a tablespoon of sugar, which is about 7 to 10 grams of sugar, and some unsalted butter. We've got 80 grams of unsalted butter that we are going to bring to the boil into the saucepan. Right, so the liquid is coming to the boil now. As you can see, I am going to put it off the stove and I will sieve the flour over it. It's critical to sieve the flour so you don't end up with lumps, because once you got lumps in a hot liquid, it's very difficult to break them up. So very, very important, sieving the flour. So here I've got 100 grams of flour, and I'm stirring it to mop up and to soak up all the, to create a little dough. And then the next stage is to go back on the stove to dry out this dough a little bit. Drying it out will allow us to add the eggs on the next stage. If it's not dried out properly, what tends to happen, you'll end up with a very runny mix and it will be not holding its shape when you pipe in it. So I'm back on the stove, I'm lowering the heat to a medium heat, and I'm going to be stirring it for good 2 to 3 minutes to dry out this dough as much as I can. If it does start to catch at the bottom of the pan, just move the pan away from the heat and keep stirring it. It's a nice little workout actually. Right, as you can tell, it's starting to catch at the bottom. Keep stirring it quite vigorously, and then if it does, just pull it out the side. Normally for this recipe I will be drying it out for a couple of minutes, maybe 2 to 3 minutes. This is quite a critical stage in the process of making choux pastry. A lot of mistakes are made at this stage when the dough is not dried enough. So then next stage, when you add the eggs, you find that you can't add all the required eggs for the recipe. Right, this is done. Now we are going to go on to the next stage, which is the additions of the eggs. So the addition of the eggs, we're doing it in a mixer for ease, I suppose. Right, so we've dried the dough in a pan, and we are now going to transfer into the mixing bowl, and we'll be adding the eggs to it a little at a time. So I'm mixing the dough for a couple of minutes again to allow for the steam to come out before I add my eggs. And as you can see, there's steam coming out of the bowl, and I've got my eggs here, which I'm going to be adding. So I'm using liquid eggs because of commercial environments, and it's a lot more practical. But free-range eggs, shelled eggs is absolutely fine, obviously, as well. So I'm pouring the eggs into the mixer now, and I'm going to pour half of it to start with, and let it mix until everything comes together. Right, so the mixing is done. I'm happy with the consistency of my dough. I am going to transfer it into a piping bag, but first I need to prepare my trays. I'm using a 12mm diameter plain nozzle for the shoe rings, and I use a little bit of spray, fat spray, ever so slightly, quite light. And a light dusting of flour. And this is really just to be able to put a print or a mark, if you will, on the tray So I've got a guide to pipe my rings. So I'm gonna do little marks on the tray like so. And I want to give them as much space as possible on the tray really. You don't want them too close, otherwise they might touch each other. So on here I've got 8 on each tray, 8. The piping bag, a little trick, a little twist, and then push it inside the nozzle, so that will secure the stop the pastry, the dough falling through. So like so. So grab my piping bag, my dough. So it's quite a firm dough. So I'm going to do 8 on each tray basically, or thereabout. So I've got my mark on here, pipe it. Another one here. Oops. If you accidentally pipe it badly, like I just did, it's not the end of the world. All you have to do is scrape it off, put it back into the bowl, and start again. So next step is adding the nuts. So a little bit of egg wash, slightly brushed on top, not too heavy, but just enough so we can stick some of those hazelnuts. And use the brush to shape the rings if you need to. Obviously, if you were to do a large Paris-Brest, you will obviously make it about 7 inches in diameter. And instead of having 1 ring of pastry, you'll have 3. So you'll do a double and then a single one on top. And again, process the same egg wash, a little bit of a nibbed hazelnut on top. If you don't have nibbed hazelnut, you can use flaked almonds as an alternative as well. I like nibbed hazelnut myself, so I just put nibbed hazelnuts. Okay, so now they're gonna go in the oven for 20 minutes at 160 degrees and then another 15 minutes at 120. This is the drying stage of the baking process, and it's critical because you want a lovely crispy choux pastry ring. If you don't do that, what tends to happen as they cool down, the moisture within the choux will just make the shell soft and not very nice to eat. So for the second part of the recipe, while our choux rings are baking, we're going to make a praline cream mousseline. So essentially it's a crème pâtissière flavored with praline. Praline is this beautiful, flavorful paste. So this is a blend of almonds and hazelnuts, and essentially what it is some toasted hazelnuts that have been blended with some icing sugar and turned into paste into a food processor. However, you can get these online or some specialist shops. So we got, in this recipe, 240 grams of whole milk, 130 grams of praline. We've got 1 whole egg, 1 egg yolk, some gelatin powder. So the gelatin powder, I use it because it's convenience. If you don't have access to gelatin powder, you can use gelatin leaves. In this case, you use 2 leaves. Whole milk, I use the whole milk again here. This is to hydrate or soak the gelatin. And some corn flour and some caster sugar. On the second phase of the recipe, we will then, once we've cooked our crème pâtissière and it's chilled, cooled down, we will then whip some 35% fat cream, and we will add the dark rum. So the dark rum, you can add kirsch if you prefer, but I like the dark rum because I believe the dark rum promotes and enhances the flavor of the hazelnut more further and give you this really like lovely nutty flavor delivery. So once this is swelled, I will then add it on to the crème pâtissière at the end of the cooking. So right now, what we're going to do is we are going to put the milk into the saucepan. A little tip, I put a little pinch of sugar into the milk. So what that does, it will stop the milk catching the pan, and I'll give it a quick whisk. And then I'm mixing the other ingredients. So in goes the eggs, the egg yolk, the remaining of the sugar, and the corn flour. And all I'm doing now is mixing the mixture until everything is nicely incorporated. The milk is coming to the boil. As soon as it comes to the boil, I will add it to the egg mixture. It's coming to the boil. And these are the sugaring ready, so I'm going to take them out of the oven in 2 seconds. Okay, so back on the stove with the custard, and I need to cook this corn flour for 2 to 3 minutes. So you want it at a medium heat, not too hot, otherwise it will start to curdle very quickly. So even though it's got corn flour, so you want it, 3/4 of the maximum power of your stove or medium heat, and it's a case of whisking it vigorously, continuously, while this is thickening up. As you can tell right now, it's starting to thicken. And it's quite important to cook this crème pâtissière for 2 to 3 minutes. You really want to, get the starch flavor out. Really, you just want the starch to do its job as a thickening agent, not as a flavor agent. If you don't have corn flour, you can use standard flour as well. Even more so important to cook this flour right out, and recommend 2 to 3 minutes on the stove. Now off the stove, I'm going to add the soaked gelatin or the swollen gelatin. As you can see, it's absorbed moisture, the liquid, the milk. So I'm scooping all of that in, whisking this in. So with the heat from the crème pâte, it's melting the gelatin. And at this stage, I won't go back on the stove. I just add the praline paste onto it, and then I will let it cool down before we're moving on to the next steps, which is folding it into the whipped cream to give you that praline mousseline. You can do a twist on it if you like the idea of Nutella. At this stage, you can add some chocolate, and you'll have your chocolate Gianduja style or Nutella flavor style of cream. But today we're just doing the classic French praline mousseline for our Paris-Brest. I love the smell. I'm going to transfer this onto a tray to cool down. And that's it. So I'm going to put a cover on cling film, let it cool down, and then when it's completely cooled down, we leave it half an hour at room temperature on the cold surface, or if you've got space in the fridge, put it in the fridge, and then we'll be back to assemble and finishing this cream. So while my cream is cooling down, I'm going to whip the cream, which is the second part of this praline mousseline. And whilst the cream is whipping, I'm going to get my shoe rings ready. So I'm going to cut them in half, and then we'll be ready to go and then assemble the finished product. So when whipping cream, some people like to whip their cream really quickly and put it on the machine full blast. I don't recommend it, because when you do that, the structure of your cream is a little bit unstable. By whipping it fast, you bubble, without going into too much into the science bit of whipping cream, but the size of your bubble will be very inconsistent. If you're whipping it at a medium speed, you are creating a stable structure whereby your air bubble within your cream or whipped cream are more or less the same size, therefore giving you a more stable whipped cream. So if you pipe then this cream, it will stay put for a much longer time, and the texture and the mouthfeel will be a lot better than if you were to whack it full speed. Hope that makes sense. So while the cream is whipping, I am gonna cut these guys in half. And essentially, this is the sort of texture you'll be looking at. Very aerated, lovely crisp pastry. And then just put them back on the tray. As I said earlier, it's very critical, and a lot of people don't realize when you do cook your choux pastry, it's very important to have this drying stage on the baking process. So here on our oven, we got the flexibility of having obviously different temperature programmed into the oven. So just to recap, on the baking profile, I put them in 160 for 20 minutes and a further 12 minutes at 120. If you have an oven that has got a form of steam trap or a steam door, you can then flick the steam door open to let the steam escape the oven. If you don't have an oven that's got a steam trap, what I recommend is at the end of the first baking period, just open the door to release some of the moisture and steam out of the oven, and that'll give you a similar result. But it's critical not to miss that part because, as I said, the shell will not be nice and crisp as it should be. So that second part of the baking is critical, in my opinion. So just checking the consistency of the cream, and to know when the cream is ready, what we're looking for is a soft peak, as it's called in the industry. So when you take your cream with your whisk, you want to see that kind of a soft, big drop. This is when the cream is ready, basically. Anything firmer than that might not give you the required results. So this is a really soft consistency peak. That's it. That's exactly what we're looking for. We call it also a soft beak, as in a beak from a bird. Right, so our crème pâtissière, praline crème pâtissière is cooled down and ready to be folded into our whipped cream. So for that, I'm just going to grab a bowl and then transfer into the bowl. When you're cooling the crème pâtissière, it doesn't, as long as it's at room temperature, it's perfect. Any colder, the gelatin will start setting and it does, affect the end result as such. So yeah, it's cooling it down in the fridge, but keep an eye that it doesn't stay in the fridge too long, essentially. So I've got the crème pâtissière. I'm going to add to it the cream and the rum. So first the rum and then the cream. The rum, dark rum. I can really smell the hazelnuts coming through now with the rum, at the addition of the rum. It's beautiful. So it's nice and smooth, as you can see. I'll get a piping bag, nozzle, ready. And now we can fold in the whipped cream. So folding is essentially mixing two mixture with different texture. When folding whipped cream into a crème pâte, you start off by putting a little bit of whipped cream to relax the crème pâte, because it will be otherwise it will be too firm, too firm into the mousse. So you kind of like, the idea is to bring the texture of the crème pâte to a similar texture, consistency, than the whipped cream. And then I can then transfer my crème pâte into my cream. And then folding, what you want to do is, as you spin the ball, you dig in to the center gently until everything is well incorporated into each other's. So that's the end result. A praline mousseline cream. So now we're gonna fill the shoe rings with our piping bags. There is no need to fill the bag right up. I think when filling the piping bag, it's how much you feel comfortable with. But also, especially when you do a cream, something that's quite delicate like a cream, it's important to remember that the longer it stays in your hand, the warmer it becomes, and the warmer it becomes, the runnier it becomes. So I've only filled up the bag to about half. I've got another half in here. And by the time I'm done with that, the cream will still remain cold enough to pipe. So layering up my shoe rings. If your pastry hasn't developed as much as that, and you find that perhaps there is quite a bit of clumpiness or quite a bit of dough in the middle, you can pull out the dough to allow for more filling to be inside. But I'm quite happy with the texture and the airiness of the product, so I'm just going to crack on and pipe the filling straight on it. So really simple. A few dots around the rim, pulling upwards as you go, making sure you are piping inside the ring as much as possible so you don't end up with pockets of air. And then it's just a case of putting the lid back on. So final touch, or finishing touch as I call it, a little dusting of icing sugar just to make this lovely Paris-Brest a real classic treat. And there you go. So this is my favorite all-time childhood classic, the Paris-Brest shoe rings with a hazelnut praline mousseline. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Paul and this is Izzy and we're from Black Bee Honey. Black Bee Honey was founded in 2017 to showcase the best of British honey. Chris and I, the founders, started beekeeping in London about 10 years ago, putting hives on the rooftops and in gardens in cities, labelling the honey by the postcode where the hives were located, which was really popular, but we wanted to grow the business and expand to showcase honeys from around the UK. We're now based in Frome in Somerset. We still have London hives and we're here in Worminster Farm where we look after a couple of hives for Peter just outside of Wells, and we also have an apiary in Montacute, Somerset, as well as working with beekeepers all around the country.
So I'm Izzy. I joined just over a year ago now. Since then I've been put through my beekeeping course and now help to look after 9 hives like these ones here over in Montacute. And as well as that, I take care of the sales and sustainability side of things at the business.
So we're going to show you how we would inspect a beehive. So we use a smoker to smoke the hive entrance, just a few puffs which circulates around the hive, and that just pacifies the bees. So they'll be eating a bit of honey which pacifies them, and also bees communicate with a pheromone, and one of them's an emergency pheromone which they might release when you open the hive. So it just means that they can't communicate with the pheromones at that point, and so there's much less chance of them becoming agitated when you open the hive. And once we've smoked, we leave it for a minute and then we're okay to open it. So we take off the roof, put that on the floor, and then you've got the crown board here, and this is the beekeeper's best friend, which is the hive tool, which she used to take all the hive parts off. And you can hear it's quite sticky, so bees use propolis from trees to stick everything together, and they don't like gaps in things, so they'll start to stick that together there. You can see where they've used propolis, so the hive tool allows you to easily separate the hive parts. So this is a super, so this is where the honey's stored in the hive. So these frames will just have honey on. So if I just show you a frame here, this is a super frame. So the bees will just be storing and capping honey in this top box, and then you have a queen excluder, which is this green thing here, which separates the super and the brood. So if we take this off, there we have the brood box. So within here we have all of the brood of the hive, so the eggs and the larvae and the queen. So the queen can only stay in that brood box. She can't get higher than that because of this. She can't get through the queen excluder here because the holes are too small. So only the worker bees, the female bees, can come and go into the supers. That's why you only get honey in the boxes above. So we'll just give them another little smoke and take the queen excluder off. And to access those, we just take out this outer frame, which is known as a dummy board, which just gives you a bit more room to maneuver so you don't harm any of the bees when you're taking out the frames. So there's 11 frames in the brood box, all full of bees. If we take out one of these frames, I can show you. So that's just full of bees, and there's eggs there from the queen who's laying bees that will be going through winter with her. So when we're inspecting a hive, we'll be going through each frame, checking all the bees, making sure the queen's there, making sure she's laying, checking for signs of disease, and also signs of swarming. You wouldn't really get that at this time of year, but earlier in the summer the bees can be swarming, so we're checking to see if there's any signs of that, which is when they start building new queen cells. And if that happens, we can perform what's known as an artificial swarm, where we'll split the hive in two. Because if a hive decides they want to swarm, which is the way that the hive will actually reproduce, you can't really stop it. So the best way of doing that without losing your bees in a tree somewhere nearby is to split the hive yourself. So you leave a new queen to emerge in this box, and then you'll split the old queen into a new box. But you can see, if I show you here, there's some capped brood, so that's bees that are yet to emerge, and there's eggs and larvae in there that you might not be able to see, but that's all the brood which will go through the winter with the queen, because it's obviously coming towards the end of the season now, so the colony's a lot smaller. There's probably about 10,000, 20,000 bees maximum in this hive. In the summer, in the peak of the summer, you can have up to about 50 or 60,000 bees in a hive. So there's a bit more brood here. You can see in the middle. And we're generally looking to find the queen. If we don't find the queen, as long as we've seen eggs, we know that she's there. Because without the queen, the hive isn't viable, and you're in trouble if you don't have a laying queen inside the hive. So here on the frames here in the cells, you can see that there's the larva that hasn't yet been sealed over. So the egg turns into a larva which is fed and then sealed over, and then that will pupate into a bee. It takes about 3 weeks. And the bees that emerge at this time of year will overwinter with the queen. Oh, there's the queen there. So she's a lot larger than the workers, the female bees, and the drones, the male bees. She's got a much longer body, and she just spends every day just laying eggs in the hive, looking for empty cells, laying new eggs. And at the peak of laying in the summer, she can be laying up to about 2,000 eggs a day. At this time of year, it's obviously a lot less because the hive will contract over winter. And the honeybee is the only bee that actually overwinters as a colony. Bumblebees have nests in the summer, but over the winter the queens will just hibernate and they abandon the nests. That's why the honeybees are so good at foraging for honey and storing it. It's because they need a lot of honey to keep them through the winter. So one thing we're doing at this time of year is also just checking how much stores they've got in the hive. This year there hasn't been a huge amount of nectar around. So what we've found is sometimes we have to supplement the hives with a bit of sugar syrup, just to give them more stores, because otherwise they might not make it through the winter. But if you see these frames, these are all the worker bees. So the hive is predominantly made up of female worker bees, and they have various jobs in the hive. So they'll be cleaning cells, feeding the young. When they get a bit older, they'll be going out and foraging and scouting for nectar and pollen sources. And you'll see there's newly emerged bees that are known as the nurse bees, which clean and feed, and then the older ones, which are known as the foragers, who will be out flying. So yeah, we just go through the whole box, checking for any signs of disease as well. There's loads of different diseases that you can find in beehives, and different natural treatments that we can use to help them if they do have any disease. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for that. You can see over here you've got capped honey. So this is stores that they've got on the sort of outer side of the brood for keeping them through the winter. And then obviously there's a bit more in the super there, which would just be honey as well. And they'll be storing nectar, which they reduce the water content down from about 80 to 20%, which makes it honey. That's then capped over with wax, and then they're also storing pollen. So they're the two food sources that they need. And that's about it. So we just put the dummy frame on the other side of the brood box. Put the queen excluder back on. Just put a bit of smoke on there just to encourage the bees to go back down into the brood box. And the super back on. And the crown board. And that's the roof. So our main apiary in Somerset is in Montacute, but we also look after hives here with Peter. Peter's has a farm in Warminster near Wells, and he asked us to put a couple of hives here for a couple of reasons. One of them was to have beekeeping workshops, which hopefully will be running from next spring, but he was very interested in learning about bees, so I've been here most weeks over the summer with Peter, and we've been looking inside hives, and I've been teaching him the basics of beekeeping, and hopefully next year Peter will be able to be inspecting the hives himself. And do you want to talk a little bit about the farm?
I found it, well, first of all, the beekeeping I found it entirely fascinating, learning all the different things, all the bizarre experiences we've had, you know, finding bits of pollen on the backs of the bees, some red pollen, trying to work out where that's come from somewhere on the farm, some purple, we've got some lavender, maybe it's come from that. But, you know, the whole advantages and the benefits of keeping bees here at the farm, where we've got a big kitchen garden, there's, you know, I see it as a real benefit, an environmental benefit, a benefit for us here at the farm. Not to mention the production of the honey, which I'm looking forward to next year. We've been pretty excited about looking after them this year, but there's just a little bit of a taste of honey. But next year, we're looking forward to doing a bit more with it, aren't we, Paul?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so the hives were put in quite late in the year, so it meant that we weren't able to extract any honey, but next year, obviously, with the hives already in place, it means that we should see the first Warminster Farm honey crop.
So we've got several honey varieties, including this one here is a spring honey. So decided to split some of the honeys into the seasonal range. So we've got the spring here, summer and autumn. The spring and summer are both from hives in Exmoor National Park in Somerset. So the spring is predominantly rapeseed oil that the bees have foraged on. It's quite light. It's called soft set honey, so good one for spreading on your toast. We've got the summer one, which I haven't got with me, but that's more of a runny honey, also from Exmoor. That one is a mixture of wildflowers that the bees have foraged on, so bramble, hawthorn, things like that. And then the autumn one isn't from Somerset, but that's from the Yorkshire moors. It's predominantly heather. So very good for you. It's got strong antimicrobial properties, which are all measured by something called total activity, which we've popped on the top of the jars. So this one and the summer, they both scored above 10, and the autumn was plus 15, and then our heather honey, which is also from Exmoor in Somerset, that scored plus 20. So the total activity is a way of comparing the level of antimicrobial strengths to other honeys, such as Manuka honey, which has a UMO rating or MGO rating. Anything above 10 is said to have significant antimicrobial strengths. So we know that it's really good for you, as all raw honey is. We've also got our London honey, which is from hives in East London, which is also a summery wildflower honey. And then we've got a couple from Norfolk. One's called the Seaside honey, which is from bees foraging on sea lavender. That's got quite a salty taste. That's also runny honey. And then we've also got festive honey, which tastes quite medicinal. Bees have foraged on ivy, and yeah, that's got quite an interesting little taste. And then we've also got our new helpful honey, which is the first batch from our Montacute hives. So we call it helpful honey because each month 10% of the sales from that honey go to a different charity. And then, yeah, so that's all of our honeys. That's a runny honey as well, really delicious, so grab some of that. But I hope you enjoyed watching and learning about the hives and the bees today, and we really hope to see you soon.
Hi, my name's Bigham. I'm the owner and managing director of Cheddar Ales. We've been brewing in Cheddar since 2006, so 14 years. We're a 20 barrel brewery, which means we can brew about 6,500 pints per brew. We brew on average 2 or 3 times a week, and we deliver within a 30-mile radius of the brewery itself. We produce cask beer for local pubs, and we also produce a range of the bottles for you, the general public. The range we produce start from a 3.8% pale ale all the way up to a 5.5% IPA. Lots of different varieties in between, and this is our core range. The Festive Totty, which is the middle one, has been brought in for Christmas. That will be in place of the Totty Pot, which is normally available. It's a similar beer, but it just has port in it for a bit of added interest. We also do a range of seasonals, so on top of this, I could have easily put another 6 or 8 beers on top of other stuff that we brew to complement the regular range. I hear you ask, how are our beers different? We start with a very, very pale beer, made using primarily pale malt. So none of the coloured malt. This is a crystal malt, and that's a dark malt. So the more of the dark malt you add to beer, the darker the beer becomes. This is one of our pales, the Bitter Bully. And it's very important with our beers, because they are bottle conditioned, which I will explain later, that you pour the beer out nice and steadily and carefully in one go. And you end up with a lovely, clear, fresh pint. There's a little bit of yeast left in the bottom of that glass, but I will explain about that later. So with the Bitter Bully, we've got a really fresh, vibrant, pale ale, American hops. So it's really zesty, really fruity. We can move on to the Gorge Best, which I'm sure most people will recognise the pun in the name. I won't explain it. That's our best bitter. So that's more of a traditional English style beer with English hops. Potholer, our biggest seller, a golden ale, again quite zesty, quite fruity, but a lot of English hops in that as well, but no American ones. And American hops generally give beer far more sort of upfront aroma and zing on the nose. Hard Rock is an American style pale ale. That's quite spicy and quite herbal, using very different hops again. Festive Totty, I explained, has the port in it. Crown and Glory is a premium bitter, so that's got a bit of a cross between American and English hops in it. It's very, very fruity. And we finish off with Goat Sleep, which is an IPA. 5.5%, lots and lots of English hops in that, so it's got loads of flavour. It's really, really nice beer. If we just move on quickly to the Hard Rock, you'll notice that we've got a neck label on that one, whereas we haven't on any of the others. This is because we've formed a bit of a partnership with the Mendip Hills Fund and the AONB, so we're helping to support the local area, putting something back into a fund to help local projects on the Mendips. So there's a percentage of the profits from each bottle of this goes towards the Mendip Hills Fund. Really important that we support our local environment and everything that goes on there. The other unique thing about our products in bottle is that they are bottle conditioned, as I had mentioned earlier. Little bit of yeast in the bottom of each bottle. We filter the beer when we brew it, and we then add back yeast and sugar into each bottle. That, in effect, means that there's a secondary fermentation in the bottle, which gives the beer its carbonation levels and its life. In the bottom of each bottle, there's a tiny little layer of yeast, so hence why I poured it out very carefully. If I'd poured it like that many times, it would have all stirred up, and you'd end up with a bit of a snow globe effect in the glass, which is perfectly safe to drink, but it doesn't look fantastic. So what we have here is a really nice, clear, fresh pint. Not only are our beers bottle conditioned, they're also vegan and gluten-free. Each batch is sent off for analysis, and they all come back in below 10 parts per million, which makes them safe for most celiacs to drink. You might remember earlier that we talked about a very good pour on the beer. I'll now show you how not to pour a bottle conditioned beer. As you can see, it's getting very, very frothy. And there we have it. There is a beer there that's got lots of little bits in it. It's very difficult to pick them up, but it is a little bit like a Christmas snow globe, which doesn't look as appealing as the good pour. Whilst it might not look as appealing as a really good pour, perfectly safe to drink. The yeast that's in suspension there will sediment down to the bottom. It will take a couple of minutes and it will just stick to the bottom of the glass. Perfectly safe to drink it. So how do you buy our beers? You can either come and visit us, which is great. We have a tap room here on site that you can come and visit between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Monday to Thursday, and it's open from 2 p.m. till 7 p.m. at the moment through the winter on Friday and Saturdays. You can also buy our beers online. If you buy 2 cases or more, you get free delivery, which is a really good deal, and it's only a small charge if you buy 1 case. Please check out our website, www.cheddarales.co.uk. You can buy our whole range of bottles or any of our products online. Each individual bottle comes as a case of 12, or you can buy a mixed case of any of the bottles that you wish to choose.
My name's Martin Barclay. I'm from Pilton Cider, and we're here in Pilton Cider today in Shepton Mallet. Here to taste some cider and cheese, and I've got Roger with me from White Lake Cheese.
Hi, thanks, Martin. So I'm Roger Longman. I'm a cheesemaker from a company called White Lake Cheese, next to the Bath and West. We've been making cheese for 16 years now. We farm our own goats, so we make lots of goats cheeses, but we also buy cow's milk, Guernsey cow's milk, and some sheep's milk, and make some sheep and cow's cheeses as well. And I've brought a selection of our soft cheeses here today to taste with some of Martin's fantastic local ciders. So let's have a dive in.
Cool. Well, we're going to start off with this first one, which is called Tam O'Shanter. This is a classic keeved cider. So we specialise in making keeved cider, which is essentially made from apples, but not completely fermented. So you still got the natural sweetness from the apples, so there isn't any sugar or any other sweetener added. And Tam O'Shanter is classic keeved cider made from a blend of apples and then fermented for a short time in these whiskey barrels. So it's got a nice sort of smooth oak character to it.
And this is creates its own gas. Is that right?
It does ferment a little bit in the bottle,
okay.
but essentially no. It ferments in a tank first of all,
Okay.
and then we bottle it, and then it's kind of good to go really. Okay. And best to be drunk fresh and fruity, so it's a sort of drunk for the season after the apples.
Okay. So you have to age it a bit.
Well, we have some other cider which is aged maybe 1 or 2 years, so
Oh, wow.
which is a different thing. But this is very much fresh and fruity, so you're tasting the fruit,
Okay, let's give it a go.
and that natural sweetness. So we need some cheese to go with this one.
But I think with this one, we picked the little she, didn't we?
Yes.
So before you drink all the cider, we'll get a bit of the little she. So this is a little soft sheep's cheese of the style of a brie with a beautiful white penicillin mould on it. And some people think, oh, I can't eat that because I'm allergic to penicillin. But it's a completely different type of thing. So if you are allergic to penicillin, you still can eat white moulded cheese, such as brie or little she or camembert. So I'm going to cut you a choice off. So you can see that there. You've got a lovely firm paste in the middle still. Lovely rind protecting the cheese on the inside, and then it's just starting to soften and go runny on the outside.
Perfect.
Ideally it would be another week older, but it's still going to taste pretty good. So, have a good sniff. Wow, you can really...
Cheers.
Tremendous smells. Oh, that is fruity, isn't it? That's really good.
So it's a nice long fermentation. So we're just about to start pressing apples now. This time October, November,
Okay.
and then it ferments through the winter to be bottled in the spring, March, April
Okay.
time, and then at its best in the following summer and getting into the winter.
So what
now.
sort of temperature? Is it just at room temperature, the fermentation, is it?
It does work very well in this ambient temperature. I guess it's a bit like cheese making, in that the microbes, the yeasts that end up fermenting the cider are the ones that like the ambient conditions that they're grown in, because
Yeah.
they're all wild indigenous yeasts. So the ones that would have liked it a bit warmer, they die out, and the ones that are happy at that ambient. So the main thing is to have consistent, steady temperature, because if the temperature changes, then that would upset the yeast that are there.
So, yeah, in many respects. But you're just using the wild yeast. You're not adding yeasts and stuff to it.
For all of these, we're just using the wild
Wow,
yeast. Yeah.
that's amazing. So with our cheese, we use bacteria and yeasts. The bacteria we buy in as a freeze-dried thing to get the cheese, the milk becoming acidic, and then we can set it with a rennet to make cheese. And the yeasts that grow on our cheeses, that is wild yeast that just blow around in the air. So the French call that the terroir. It's what's native to your area. So,
Right.
The apples you're using, someone else can go through the same process, but if they're doing it in a different area, they'll have different yeast, so it'll taste different. And I think
So the bacteria you buy in, but the yeast are...
yeah,
are the
and
one.
there are, you know, some farms, so you can make cheese just with no added bacteria, but you actually need slightly dirty milk for that. And the problem is we don't produce dirty milk in this country anymore, so it's much harder to do that style of cheese making now. There are people who do that sort of cheese, but it's really difficult to get it consistently right. And I hate throwing cheese away, so we try and make sure it's always good. But that's a good combination.
It is great.
Even
Yes,
the wasps enjoying it. Look at that. Go away. And one of the things people are always asking is, how do you pair wines or beers and cheeses with cider? And I think a lot of the problem is people start, well, I don't know what wine I need, I don't know what cheese you need. Well, you've got to have some wine and then find cheese that fits with it, or have some cider and find a cheese that fits, or have the cheese and then buy a selection of ciders to find which one. Because we've tasted these and these are our selections. Yeah. But actually everyone's taste is slightly different. And to me, half the fun of this is learning different things and trying different mixes, isn't it, really?
Definitely.
No, that is an absolutely beautiful,
beautiful
cider. I love that. I am a big cider fan. Because in the old days, we used to, you know, my grandfather made cider on the farm, and part of the sort of staff's wages was cider.
Right.
And you know, when I was growing up, we'd go out making hay, and at lunchtime everyone would sit down and have lunch, and the old boys would have a big flagon of cider, which they'd quite happily drink, and then carry on driving the tractor. And that was, acceptable. But that is good.
Fantastic.
So what have we got next there?
So then we're moving on to if you said the Tam O'Shanter maybe is certainly classic traditional Keeved cider, and the next one is called Scarlet Sharp, which is perhaps a little bit more experimental.
But we love a bit of experimenting. Always good with experimenting.
So
is this the one we put with Eve, was it?
With Solstice.
This is Solstice, okay.
Yes. So fruit cider has got a bit of a bad name in the UK. Possibly because a lot of the fruit ciders are very sweet. So this is a fruit cider which is not sweet, and it's borrowing a bit of technique from craft brewing, in that a lot of the aroma that you're smelling is not from the fruit, but is actually from fruity hops.
I was going to say, again, that's a really hoppy smell, isn't it? That's fantastic.
So there's a special fruity hop called what was it called? Called Mandarina Bavaria, which has that fantastic sort of orangey aroma. And then the fruit in this is black currants from near Chard. So it's very much a Somerset thing.
Okay, so what we've got here is Solstice. So this is my attempt at making a French Poisse style cheese. So this is Guernsey cow's milk, so a lovely yellow cheese. And then we grow a yeast on the outside. So the little she, we grow a mould on the outside. This, we grow a yeast on the outside called Brevilinens bacteria, which is, although it says bacteria, it is a yeast, bizarrely. So, and then this is washed in cider brandy. And the reason it's washed in cider brandy is to grow the yeast, you need some sugars, which is what you've got in your cider. And this is, again, a style taken from the French. They wash theirs in various alcohols, and I think a lot of their history is washing cheese in alcohol because it was safer than water.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's why people drank wines and ciders and beers, because it was fermented, so it had killed anything that was dangerous in there. So drinking alcohol is good for you. I think it's a safe option. So let's give that a go.
It's just so fantastically buttery.
Really, well, and this is fantastically hoppy. It's not what you'd expect from a cider at all. It's very different. That is good.
And talking a bit more about yeast. So does the yeast live off some of the sugars in the milk as well? Or?
No, because all the sugars have been converted by
the bacteria.
By the bacteria, and that's disappeared in the whey. So the lactose that's left goes out in the whey. So you can ferment whey. There's one yeast that will ferment whey and make alcohol from it. And there are various companies that do that sort of thing. Locally, there's a company called Black Cow Vodka. I've come across a sheep farm in Tasmania that makes just amazing vodka from the sheep's milk whey, and It's on our list of projects to have a go at sometime, but yeah, I'd love to do that. But that is absolutely beautiful. That's really good. That's like combining two of my favourite things: really good hoppy beer and cider all in one. And it's not combinations don't always work, but actually that is really good. I like that. I like that a lot.
And the first cider was full 100% cider apples, so high tannin, whereas a lot of the cider in the second one are more dessert style apples. John Gold, so they're not so much tannin, so you don't want too much tannin.
Is that a higher sugar apple then, or not?
No, probably less sugar, but once it's sort of more or less fermented, there's not much sweetness from that anyway. But it's just not so much tannin; it's more acidity perhaps. So fresh and light.
And the blackcurrants they're adding an acidity as well, or
yes.
I'm not really. It doesn't taste as sweet. It doesn't taste like a fruit. I'm not a lover of fruit ciders normally, and because like you said, they're overly sweet. And this is beautiful. It's got a lovely sourness and the hoppiness to it.
Sure.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. No. Nice and sharp, and goes very well with this.
I mean, that's one of the things. When you're sort of trying to pair drink and cheese together, sometimes you want opposites, which is I think was what we've got here. We've got a very nice sharp cider and quite a sweet buttery cheese, and sometimes you want them complementing each other rather than being opposite. And I think. The first one, I think they very much complemented themselves, whereas this thing, I think these two, they're either ends of the spectrum. So it's a nice way of doing it. But that is beautiful. I like that a lot. Right.
So for the final one, this is a cider called Pom Pom.
Pom pom, as in apple.
Well, sort of, but in the apple family, there's apples, pears, and quince are the three poms in the pom.
Oh, really?
In the pom family. So this is apples and quince, and the quince again come from not too far away from us in Somerset, down at Lidford on the Foss.
Yeah.
On the banks of the River Brue, there's a big cider apple orchard there, and where some of the trees have died because it's been too wet, they've been planting quince trees.
And is that because they survive the wet better?
The quince don't seem to mind the wet
Interesting.
so much.
Okay.
So this is quince and apples, and quince has a fantastically strong aroma and astringency, but with a nice smooth, sweet keeved cider, then it goes together very well.
Right, I think when we tried these last time, we out of our range we selected one goat's cheese Eve, which is again it's like the little she. It's a soft white, soft cheese that made with goat's milk. But to make it even more interesting, we actually again wash it in cider brandy. And although the cider brandy in this case is not trying to grow a yeast, it's trying to slow down the mold growth. So we get a much thinner mold rind on this, and then we wrap it in a vine leaf, which bizarrely comes from California, because the varieties of vineyards here, the leaves are just too big and woody.
Right. Yeah.
Which is really frustrating because I'd love to be able to use local leaves.
And are those leaves grown just for the leaf rather than for the fruit as well? Do you know?
I'm not entirely sure. I need to go to California to find out. Clearly, don't I? So
that's a trip,
yeah. I've been to cheese shows in California, but not actually had time in the vineyards there. And again, you can see it's a nice firm in the middle with a few little holes, and then round the outside, it's just starting to soften. And we sell it at this age because it gives people the option to have it as a fresh young cheese like this, or keep it for another couple of weeks, not in the fridge, ideally in your larder if you've got a larder, and then it goes beautifully running. And people think, oh, goat cheese, it's really stinky stuff, but it's not at all. It doesn't have to be. It can be if we want it to be. I know how to make it stinky if you want a stinky cheese.
Right.
But actually you get beautiful, sweet, soft flavours with this. And we get a lot of people who can't eat cow's cheeses anymore, but like soft cheeses. So this is perfect. And the vine is lovely to eat as well. There's no reason you can't eat it. And that's a sort of Greek thing. They've done lots of sort of stuffed vine leaves, don't they? So I think that's where the idea for a vine leaf came from.
And adds a different dimension to the texture of eating it.
And it looks really good on a Christmas cheese board because it's green. I just need some red berries. So let's have a go at this. So this is the Pom Pom. Oh, wow. Really smell that. Sorry you guys can't smell it, you know, but it's scratch and sniff. Oh wow, that is very different. Really, it's got that extra little kick to it. It's a lovely cider, but an extra kick.
Yes,
isn't it?
yes, that sort of sharpness and unique quince astringency.
Yeah. A little bit more of the cheese for that. That's a good mix. So how long have you been making cider now?
10 years, so we started in 2010, so 10 years this year.
Still learning?
Definitely, still learning, and it's been interesting to see over that time that the cider market has changed. Lots of different products, but a lot more innovation and things like quince, other people making ciders with quince.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more ciders to explore and enjoy now. It's a bit more open out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, good time for cider.
It is. Yeah, I do enjoy my cider, I must admit.
And we're so lucky in this area. We've got this massive concentration of cider apples, so genuine high tannin cider apples.
So what's the tannin? What's importance about the tannin then? Is that
well, if apple juice is fermented to dry, all of the sugar is converted to alcohol, and if you were to ferment an eating apple, then there wouldn't be much flavour left. So a lot of the aroma is quite volatile and doesn't really stay in the finished product. Whereas tannin and those more stable products that will stay and give flavour to the finished cider.
Tannin is not a sugar though.
No. So like tannin in tea or in red wine. So the difference really between a red wine and a white wine, I guess, is tannin. So in the world of apples, if you like, China and Poland grow many more apples than the UK. But the UK, this southwest and the three counties, is the biggest concentration of high tannin cider apples in the world. So
you can't just eat a cider apple. Is it too bitter?
They're far too good for eating.
Yeah.
It's for making cider.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so we and looking a little bit, you have to tell me about White Lake, about the name White Lake, because we've been thinking really that we get apples from a range of different orchards, really between the River Brue in the south and the River Sheppey in the north, which run out and join.
And White Lake runs right to the middle of that.
Exactly. Yes.
So, you know, the reason we call White Lake is the White Lake River actually starts on our farm.
Right.
You know, it's a little spring that comes out in a ditch, and that's the start, and it then flows underneath the Fosse Way, goes through Glastonbury Festival site, goes round Glastonbury Tor, and then finally joins into the Brue just as a side of Glastonbury Tor somewhere, I think. So and we picked that because it's a good local name, but also because goat's milk is very white, goat's cheese is very white.
Right.
So when people say, "Oh, how do you know whether it's a goat, cow, or sheep's cheese?" It's very simple. Goat's cheese is always white, cow's cheese should be yellow, and sheep's cheese should be an off-white, creamy colour.
Okay.
So that's an easy way of.
Okay, yeah,
if you're not sure,
yeah.
if you've got some cheese and you're not sure what animal it's from, that's an easy rule of thumb. But then you get people who have mixed cheeses. You know, so halloumi traditionally is goat and sheep mixed together. Nowadays it's mainly cow's milk in it because it's a lot cheaper. But we do a halloumi style cheese called humi, which is goat and sheep mixed, and that's beautiful. And it's really, really creamy because we have the high butter fat of sheep. You get a much creamier flavour, whereas I think a lot of the halloumi you buy in the supermarkets is not enough fat in it.
Right.
You know, which is in theory healthier, but actually cheese is fat. You know, cheese is fat and protein, and it's you know, it's really good for you.
Yeah.
You need, you know, all our cheeses are vegetarian, and you know, it's a really good meat substitute for vegetarians, cheese, really, because they need protein. Everybody needs protein. You know, we can't live on cider alone, unfortunately. We can try, but you know, we're going to need some other stuff.
Cheers. Goes together very well.
Hello and welcome to Bigham's Banquet. This is the centrepiece. This is the moment you've all been waiting for as part of the Bigham's Wells Food Festival. And we have chefs up and down the country, and we have all of you wonderful viewers up and down the country. Some of you are singles, some of you are couples, some of you are entire families, all cooking along this evening with, as I said, some of these amazing chefs. Tonight is all about chefs in schools. It is the most fantastic charity seeking to encourage and enable schools across the country to serve great, delicious, nutritious food, and specifically creative school food to get kids and their gastric juices and their imaginations really soaring at a young age. We want to fill children up with good food, but also fill them up and feed their imagination.
We've been supporting the Wells Food Festival, which is the most lovely festival, which always happens this weekend every year. We've been supporting it in a small way for the last 3 years, and then this year we've sort of, thrown our lot in with them a bit more. We've become the headline sponsor of the festival, and we were very, very excited about that and looking forward to it until, of course, this dreadful disease came along and everything changed. And so now we have, I'm glad to say, there's a great sort of virtual festival that's happening. It's not just about this evening. And if you go on to the website, which Rich, you might remind people which website it is, but if you go on to I think it's Wells Food Festival at Bigham's, .bighams.com, you'll be able to go and buy food from about 150 small artisan producers, and it's been really great being able to support those producers in this really difficult time for them. Lots of people have lost their routes to market, and I'm sure you've heard about that from people, William, along the way.
William, we have your word that you're not going to be the harshest critic this evening. We're going to salute everyone's efforts, regardless of possibly the outcome.
I don't have it within me. All I can ever really do is praise. Criticism comes out of me. It has to be drawn out.
Lovely. Okay, well, the virtue of doing this as a virtual cook-along is that Peter, who's sitting in the next room, has a large mute button for when William decides that he wants to deviate from that.
It's time to head to our first chef, Rupert Wilday. Now, Rupert is the head chef for Charlie Bigham's, and he joins us now from the Charlie Bigham's kitchen.
Yeah, so it's more of an hors d'oeuvre. So it's going to be eaten with your knife and fork, but it's something light to get you ready for everything else. Something that will go very nicely with your pre-dinner drink, gin and tonics and white wines. They'd be perfect for it. So we're doing some very quick cured salmon with a fresh pickled pear and some toasted hazelnuts and sourdough. This is the easiest pickle recipe you'll ever come across. So into our diced pear, we're going to add around about a tablespoon of cider vinegar. Straight into the bowl. And I'm going to add some dark soft brown sugar, about half a tablespoon or so. And that's giving us a really nice balance of sort of sweet and sour. The sugar in there and the vinegar, they're also going to start drawing out all those pear juices and start softening them. Make sure that sugar is well distributed. Soft brown sugar can be rather sticky. So you want to add around about 3 times as much sourdough crumb as you've got to your hazelnuts. You can start to hear it sizzling. And this is where you do need to keep it moving in your pan. And all we're doing here is we're toasting this crumb. We're letting it go a little bit crunchy, a little bit chewy, so that when you eat it with the salmon, you've got this really nice contrast of textures. So just keep moving it. It should start smelling like really lovely warm toast, almost like Sunday morning brunch. This knife here that I'm holding is one of my favorites, and it actually came free with a pack of sausages. So, and I think that's the way I've approached my knives. The knives that I've found, I've got all sorts. I've got some lovely handmade ones, some very expensive ones, and I go to the ones that feel nice in my hand. And I think all chefs will tell you the knife ends up feeling like an extension of your body, and that's what you're looking for when you're looking for chef's knives. You can spend an awful lot of money on a chef's knife, but if it doesn't feel right in your hand, it isn't right.
So, Michelle, you just need to buy a lot more sausages.
You just got to buy some sausages and hope you get a good free knife with it, exactly. And we're going to submerge the salmon in this salty, sugary solution. Put the pieces in individually so they get completely covered. You don't want a couple of pieces sitting by themselves. And this brine is very strong, so it's going to start curing this salmon very quickly. So we've got our salmon looking absolutely splendid. We've got our pears. So what I like to do is just move the pears to one side of the bowl, let the juices drain a little bit to the other side so you can get dryish pear up, and just scatter them. Scatter this over your salmon. And then we've got a little bit of this lovely hazelnut crumb, and it's going to add some crunch and a textural difference. So we're going to have some of this hazelnut crumb over our plate. And there we've got it, a lovely little hors d'oeuvre of quick brine salmon and pickled pears.
Well, Rupert Wilday, I think I can hear all this. I can hear a nation applauding. Absolutely wonderful. And, I just wonder how many of you at home have such professional kitchens that you might have a colander.
Lend me one, please.
I think this is where you get your own back on us heckling you, that you get this gorgeous food in front of you, and we get sort of raw aubergine.
You can have raw aubergine, yes.
Can we go to Mark Hicks, the legend that is Mark Hicks, joining us live from Lyme Regis. You got a fantastic starter this evening. A woodland mushroom salad with pancetta and hazelnuts.
So your recipes will be pancetta or bacon cut up. I happen to have some of Peter Hannon's guanciale, which is cured cheek, pig's cheek. I always like to have a bit of this in my fridge, and it's perfect for salads with eggs in the morning for breakfast. So what I'm going to do is cook this first. And it's quite fatty, as will be your pancetta. So the idea really is that you use all the fat that comes out of the pancetta or whatever you're using, bacon, and you use that to cook the mushrooms in. So, you know, for this dish, it's only really one pan. You can see a little thing going on here. What I'm going to do now is cook the mushrooms. So one of my local foragers, he brings me all sorts of things. And we've got hedgehog fungus, or pied de mouton in French. We've got parasol mushrooms. So this is how they start off in their first growth, and then they open up into a parasol. A little thing drops with a little hoop on it. It actually does look like a parasol, but these are parasols in their early stages. And these are my friend's shiitake, which he grows on logs in his garden. So I'm going to use in this salad all three.
Mark, should we peel our mushrooms? The big question, should you peel a mushroom?
I think if you bought it from a supermarket, you don't peel it. I've never quite understood peeling mushrooms and also peeling asparagus. Why would you peel asparagus?
Well, it's a very good question. Why indeed would anyone peel an asparagus? We've also got a question, Mark, from Carol Conroy, who says, what alternative vegetarian option would give a similar flavour to pancetta? Is there such an ingredient?
It's a very good question, and I think the answer from myself is probably no, because all I'm using is the natural fat. So I would just use a bit more rapeseed oil. If you want to make butter, you can put some butter in as well, which will give you your animal fat, you know, if you're a vegetarian. Or just simply use olive oil or rapeseed oil. So we've got a lid. What I'm going to do is just put a few leaves on the plate first. And then put our mushrooms, hazelnuts and bacon on. So there's lots of flavours in the salad, and it's very seasonal. And I think for mushroom lovers, you know, you can't beat a simple salad like this. It's got the crunch of the nuts and that sort of earthy flavour from the mushrooms. All those different leaves. And I'm only doing this for 2 people tonight.
Can we give Mark a round of applause on behalf of everyone? Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you very much. the genial, quiet, engaging genius of Mark Hicks there.
I've just plated up these lovely mushrooms with pancetta, and looking forward to that too. So a lot of fun. I've had one disaster so far cooking along. I think that might be quite nice to hear about some disasters from other people. I took my eye off the hazelnuts crumb earlier on. Luckily I had a few left, but that nearly had the smoke alarm and everything going off. So that was unfortunate. But I think it'd be quite fun to see if anyone else has had a disaster as bad as mine so far, but rescued it. But what delicious food!
£11,000 so far already. So thank you so much, everyone who has sort of paid for their admission this evening, but also a particular thanks to those who have donated more to Chefs in Schools. If you don't know about Chefs in Schools, if this is the first time you've heard of them, we do encourage you to have a look at their fantastic work.
Did you, like Mark Hicks, layer your salad on top of the mushrooms rather than, do you notice Charlie Bigham, he had the mushrooms on one side of the plate, the lettuce on the other? That really tells you about his ordered mind. In contrast to that sort of mad creativity of Mark Hicks, everything sort of piling up, looking like a wonderful enveloping forest of food. We really would love to see how your cooking is going on this evening.
Let's have a look. Can we see some pictures of what people have been sharing so far, please? I think that's looking pretty good. Louise and Claire, thank you so much. Managed to get 3 plates out of that. Lovely, thank you. Let's go to our next one. Oh, this is going to get difficult for us here, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, come on, square plate. We'll have to forgive the square plate on this occasion, the fact that the person seemed to be standing upside down, but it did look very good, that salmon dish. Look at those beets, look at that salmon. Or the autumnal colours of the pear, the hazelnuts.
Lovely, thank you very much. It's lovely to see people wearing their Charlie Bigham's aprons as well.
Yes.
I hope you're enjoying those.
Henry Harris. Henry, welcome to Bigham's banquet.
Thank you, William. Lovely to see you.
Now, where are you?
I'm actually in Charlie's kitchen, as I had a few logistical issues at home, and so Charlie's made me welcome. This was an open bottle of Rioja ready for me, which I've drunk.
You are going to cook our fish course, smoked haddock, spinach and parmesan gratin. Take us through this fantastic dish, and then I'm going to suggest a cheeky wine.
Brilliant. So it's a very simple dish, and it's one that kind of started off as a kind of a winter dinner for 2. And then it worked out rather nicely in smaller portions as a nice little fish course. So I've got a pan with some butter in, and I've got some baby spinach, which I'm just going to drop in to the pan with a little seasoning of salt, very little because there's the smoked haddock going in there, which is, or a smoked haddock I'm using later rather, some pepper, and then I'm going to give that just a little stir around. And you need to cook the spinach first, so that, because it gives out some liquid, and you need to make sure that you can extract all of that. So it's just quietly sitting there. And then during that moment, you have to decide the dishes you're going to serve it in. I'm serving it for 2 this evening for Denise and I, so I bought 2 little nice kind of enamelled baked pie dish, mini pie dishes. The other ingredients are very straightforward. I've got some smoked haddock, fillets without the skin. I've got creme fraiche, and I've got some parmesan. The one thing about this is it really doesn't matter what you put it in. You just need a pan that is kind of serving dishes that are either small enough. You can do it in ramekins. You could do it, I've got here, if you wanted a slightly more romantic dinner, you could do a sharing dish for 2. Or if you could do it as a main course for a family by doubling the portions of the recipe. Put the smoked haddock in. Nicely. And then the creme fraiche. Now, as someone who loves French cooking, butter and cream have always formed an important part of the kind of my repertoire. Creme fraiche it's not sour cream. It's a natural, it's kind of using a culture, it's a naturally soured cream. So it goes a bit like kind of like a thick spoonable double cream. And if you see the word French on the label, or Isigny or Normandy, areas where it comes from in northern France, you know that you're getting a natural product. There are in some supermarkets, English supermarkets, you'll see creme fraiche, and when you look at the label, it says it's made in England, and it invariably tends to be not naturally soured, so that when you cook with it, it kind of splits and goes grainy. So it is just worth kind of looking for, you can see, just a nice, thick, buttery cream. If you can't get good French creme fraiche, you would be better off using double cream. And you put a nice tablespoonful on top of each one and spread that out. And that, to this point, is ready to go. And if you were cooking this and you were entertaining, you could do this in the morning and having it ready to go and just leave it in the fridge to one. One side. All we need to do now is I've preheated the grill and put them under the grill, and that's where it takes 5 to 10 minutes. If you cut the smoked haddock thinly and layer it on the spinach, it will take much less time to cook.
What are your memories specifically of Terence Conran? How important
I remember the two things that I remember was that, when Bigham opened, which he was, he designed the whole restaurant and the whole kind of Michelin Michelin tires and everything about it, and food and gastronomy, was that, it was the days of smoking, and Terence was a lover of good big cigars, and he'd had, a good dinner, and he came into the kitchen to talk to Simon, and hadn't bothered to put his cigar down. And of course, smoking is forbidden in kitchens. But that didn't worry Terence, and he stood there on the pass talking to Simon, puffing away. And I thought, how lovely to be able to stand in your own restaurant, smoking a good cigar, talking about good food. And then the memory I treasure most of all was that when he came to my restaurant, Racine, I was talking to him afterwards, and he said how lovely it all was and how much he enjoyed it. And he said, this is the restaurant that every provincial French market town should have on the town square, but sadly rarely does anymore. And I thought, as an endorsement of what I do professionally and what I enjoy doing as a cook, I thought, it's that no one really has said anything better. The smoked haddock is cooked through beautifully. You've got this amazing sauce. The only thing that and just check the seasoning. Oh, that's pretty good. Delicious. I'm just going to wander off camera and finish this now. The only thing I would suggest that you would probably add to this is a good crusty, French baguette.
One of the wonderful things about watching you and people like Mark Hicks cook, you give off this air of genial calm. Are you like that in the kitchen, or are you a hard taskmaster, Henry? And be truthful. I
always try and keep calm, but sometimes when the pressure intensifies to a certain level, I have been known to forget my manners with those around me. And occasionally the language becomes a little more florid, blue, as my mother would say. But I try to avoid it, because good food and good cooking comes from a good environment. And I think happy cooks cook far happier food than scared or unsettled cooks.
I feel I'm actually eating for you tonight, William. You're there with just some, with nothing more to eat by the looks of it than some, raw vegetables. While I'm tucking into a delicious banquet. And so I thought it would be good maybe to just have a mouthful for you right now. I've got some bread as recommended by Henry. Doesn't this look delicious? I'm gonna take a mouthful, and then obviously I'm not going to be able to talk for a moment.
I hope he burns you with his mouth with that.
Spoons under there.
Oh, it's sensational, Henry. Absolutely delicious. William, you are missing out big time.
Charlie, you were asking earlier about people to share their disasters. And we have had a couple coming through. I do think, Daisy, thank you for joining, Daisy. I think you might be winning so far. Daisy's dog has eaten all of the venison. So, Charlie, do you think that's your burnt nuts?
Yeah, I think that trumps my burnt nuts.
I would love to see what is everyone doing out there. Supper sorted. The hashtag, it's the big hashtag of the day. It's trending. Rich, what are people saying out there?
Let's look at this. So the pictures on your screen, that's looking pretty well arranged there. Lovely. Thank you.
Can you see who that's by?
We're going to
slightly out of our eyesight.
Beyond our eyesight. See exactly who. Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. That's looking pretty good. That's Mark Hicks's dish, isn't it? Very nice indeed.
I noticed they put the salad underneath the mushrooms. Here's another mushrooms with the salad underneath.
And that's good looking mushrooms. I loved Mark's mushrooms and the variety there. And obviously people have been able to have a good variety where you are as well. Oh, look, William, it's you in the corner.
I can see that's Rachel Davey. There she is, putting on her dressing with us in the background on a beautifully shaped plate. And Mr. Keta Smidge, there he is. They're enjoying themselves. A couple of glasses. Let's say they're having a glass of some of the good stuff.
No evidence of food there, which of course is not particularly an issue.
Maybe a good moment just to say thank you to everyone who's taken part. I think it's I'm enjoying it a lot, and it's lovely and obviously fantastic that we're raising all this money for chefs in schools. So definitely, I'm sure we'll try and find a time to do this again. I'm not quite sure when, but it would be lovely to do it again. And what I hope, I just hope that everyone's having enough time to eat their food as well as cook their food.
Merlin, welcome to Bigham's banquet.
Good evening, William. Thank you for the introduction.
Now listen, just let's knock this one on the head, shall we? Is Bruton the new Notting Hill?
I can't answer that.
just say no. Of course it's not.
No, of course not. Of course not. How could you suggest such a thing? We're going to prepare the dessert, but the cake is going to go in the oven when everybody sits down to eat the main course. So I'm going to make the cake batter and the sauce, and I'm going to leave it to you to do the cooking. I'm going to start by making the toffee sauce, which is basically a bit of background on the cake that I'm making. It's loosely based on a recipe for one of my favorite puddings, which is sticky toffee pudding. But I wanted to really celebrate the apple season, which we're basically in the middle of right now. So I've replaced the dried dates with dried apples. So to make the sauce, it's like the easiest sauce in the world. Take double cream, dark brown sugar, and a reasonable amount of butter. And all you do is just chuck everything in the pan together, bring it up to the boil while stirring it. If you don't stir it, because the sugar's already very dark, it might start to caramelize and maybe even burn. So it's important to stir it while it's coming up. So add the sugar and the butter. Start to bring it together. It will seem quite thick at the moment, but we're going to loosen it when we add the eggs. So just keep mixing until you've got a nice paste. The best way to test if the cake's ready is to stick a skewer or a knife in, and if it comes out clean, then the cake is ready. And if it comes out with still cake mixture on it, then you want to cook it for a little bit longer. because there's so much lovely kind of moist dark brown sugar and fruit in this recipe, there's a fair amount of kind of margin for error in that if it's overcooked a little bit, it won't dry out. So it's best, if you're not sure, just to put it in for a little bit longer. But I would say if you're doing a loaf mold like this or a cake tin, a minimum of half an hour. And if you're doing the cupcake molds, we're looking at about 15 minutes.
Merlin, I've got a quick question from Jane Pitchford.
Yeah.
Quite specific, quite urgent. 170 degrees normal or fan? She wants to get
I'm
it
using
right.
a fan oven. So I've added all 4 eggs to the cake mix. I don't know if you can see this. It's looking like a nice smooth batter. And now I'm going to add the remainder of the self-raising flour. You can add it all in one go. Here we go. And give it a good mix. And the mixture will suddenly start to look a bit more solid, but that's okay because we're now going to let it down with the rest of the fruit. I'm now going to add the apples, which I've soaked in the tea. Do not forget to take the tea bags out because they're not part of the recipe, actually. So we're going to add the apples. Just give that a nice stir. Also keeping my eye on the sauce. And this is what the batter should look like. Here we go. I'm going to use this amazing 3-year-old Somerset cider brandy from Julian Temperley. I would add it at the end of the sauce being ready, just so you don't cook out all the alcohol and flavor, and you can still sort of taste some of the body of the brandy. So I'm nearly there with the sauce. The cake's ready to go in the oven.
It's Tommy Myers. Tommy, welcome to Bigham's Banquet.
Hello, William.
So nice to see you. Are you at home?
I'm at home. I'm at home in my kitchen, built by my father.
I love the double doors behind you. It looks like there's a restaurant next door.
I know, that was the look I was going for. They're quite sexy, aren't they? chefsandschools.org.uk. So we sat around a table in Oaxaca, funny enough, about 2.5 years ago. Henry Dimbleby, Nicole Pizzani, amazing ex-NOP chef, Joanna Weinberg, a few of us, and even the head teacher at Art Franklin, where my kids were at. We were like, how can we make food better in schools? I talked to an amazing head whose chef won an award at the OFM Awards, the Food Micro Awards, many years ago, and he said, the most important thing is you've got to put a chef in the kitchen who really fundamentally understands how food's got to look great, it's got to taste great. They're so excited and passionate about food. And you think that you put one chef into a school kitchen and you can turn around the eating habits of 600 or 650 kids. It just makes sense. So I think the model is brilliant. We've been into about 40 schools now, and the kids love it. And also the chefs become heroes. So food becomes centre of the school, and everyone gets excited about it. And these chefs are these great guys. So what I've done is I've crushed in my pestle and mortar rosemary, juniper, garlic. I've got these amazing, really cool kadodi peppercorns from Vietnam, which are just delicious, and sea salt. So that's been sitting here for about 2 hours, just kind of getting used to all those flavors. I've got my char grill that's hot. I hope everyone who's cooking's got a hot pan, because that's really important. Now the garlic you want the skin on, because the skin protects the garlic from burning, which protects its sweetness, and that's going to go into our salsa too. So that is on, and those are going to take about 5-10 minutes. That's just going to go on like that. I've got a little bit of extra, a little venison nugget there, and I can put that cake behind. And now this venison is quite thick. It basically needs a couple of minutes aside. Generally, if you want tough steak, well done, you you just want to feel this flesh between here. And if it's kind of nice and loose on your first finger, that's rare. And then that's kind of, that's very rare, and that's kind of medium rare, and then that's kind of well done. Yeah. And that's how you do it. So the venison is on. Meanwhile, I have got, we're making a mole. So moles are normally incredibly complex sauces. Lots of chilies and spice, looking pretty good. He's quite thick, this guy, so he's going to need probably 2.5 minutes. That's the flavour. We like really great flavour. That's the blackened thing we like. So this is going to feed 4 of us, and it's just so full of flavour. It's got the cinnamon in, it's got the allspice, which are lovely Mexican spices. We've got those beetroot there, and I haven't sliced the venison yet. Lovely pink slices, which is how we want them. Lovely, lovely, lovely rare venison, and drizzle them with a bit of extra olive oil, because it's like Italy. I think the food of Italy reminds me of the food of Mexico. It's really regional, and the recipes are passed down from the grandmother to the grandchildren, and it's just a really wonderful place. Everyone loves food there, and it's not about how rich you are. The peasant for cooking is just full of flavour and deliciousness.
Here we go. So, 15 minutes timer if you've put it in a cupcake mold, half an hour if it's in a proper cake mold, and then once the timer goes off, we need to check it with a knife or a skewer and see if it's still wet inside, and if not, it's going to need a little bit longer. In the meantime, we've got the sauce here, which is cooked, and that is ready to go. I'm not sure if you can zoom in and have a little look at that. Lovely, nice, glossy, shiny caramelized sauce. And I'm going to take this moment to add a shot, or a good dash anyway, of lovely cider brandy. Obviously, you can use normal brandy if you don't have cider brandy, or even a nice eau de vie.
That's a lovely the gratin from earlier on. Again, getting points for earthenware. Again,
that was quick. I rather like the previous one, changing the wee-wee. That was very good.
And the pride. Congratulations, that's looking good. Again, fantastic apron modelling. Thank you, everyone. Look at this. These are some fantastic looking dishes. Look at
Sarah Reed there, smoked haddock. Look at that. That looks very rustic. A whole plate there of gratin. There's so many pictures. We're racing on by now.
The only thing I can say is that I wonder if Charlie's going to be disappointed that the successes are so far outnumbering the failures. But look at this, what wonderful results.
But yeah, a big thank you from me to all of our wonderful chefs, and brilliant that we've raised so much money for chefs in schools, and obviously thank you to you. Both in the studio. William, brilliant job, and really good fun. Thank you. Well, we really hope we're going to be sponsoring the Wells Food Festival. It's a really great event. I mean, in a normal year, about 20,000 people come on a Sunday. This year, sadly, that won't be happening. But in future, we really hope it's back next year. And what I think will be interesting, I hope that next year we'll be able to do an interesting blend of both the physical and for people who live nearby to Wells and can get there, but also I hope we'll have a virtual element to it as well. Indeed, if not before then, maybe another cook along like we've had tonight.
What we'd love you to do, please, is to continue donating to chefs in schools. It might well be that you're now looking across your kitchen worktops to see a whole sea of food, which will feed you through tomorrow as well. Think of that as a bonus, and you may even think about reflecting that bonus in a further donation to Chefs in Schools, again, a fantastic charity doing really important work. So virginmoneygiving.com, search for Hackney School of Food, and you can donate if you would like to do so.
Well, it's a final goodbye from here, our Quarry Kitchen, and I hope that everybody has a fantastic evening, and in fact that the evening may have only just beginning for many people as they sit down and tuck into their venison with that delicious pudding to come. So thank you very much, and good night from our lovely Quarry Kitchen.
I hope that all of you have really enjoyed this evening. Rich, it's been fantastic.
Likewise, William, thank you. A pleasure to spend the evening in your company. Cheers.
Hello, my name is Georgie Newbury and I am a flower farmer and florist here in sunny Somerset, between Bruton and Wincanton. We grow about 250,000 stems a year for sale every year, and we make beautiful bouquets which we send all over the country with them. Normally we do lots of weddings and events, obviously not this year, but we teach masses of workshops as well. Some here on the farm, little tiny workshops with only 5 students and me, and we teach them outside under our lovely sail, but increasingly online as well. So if you like what you see today, do come to one of our online workshops. My plan is to keep us all busy with lovely floral activities over the winter to ward off feeling miserable and depressed as we head into more being kept on our own. Anyway, the challenge I have for you is to walk around your garden and cut 30 stems. And I know that we're mid-October and a lot of people, we certainly have had 3 frosts. And you may have had a couple of frosts or some really nasty wet weather, and the garden may be looking really tired. You've maybe have been starting to clear it quite seriously. We have been too. And our dahlias have taken an absolute hammering. However, my 30 stem challenge, and there's a hashtag 30 stem challenge. So have a look and you might be inspired by things that other people have done over the time. But my 30 stem challenge is that you walk around your garden with a pair of scissors, any old scissors, not necessarily florist scissors, and a bucket of water, and you cut 10 stems of greenery or foliage, and they don't have to be, look, I've got seed heads here. So all sorts of the kind of interesting wrapping, if you like, for the bouquet. And then 10 stems of fun fillery bits. So I've got all sorts of things. I've got the last of my sages, which are really fading and going over, but I love them. And the stems smell of blackcurrants. They're delicious. But also this other sage, this is good old Amistad, which I've just got in a pot by the back door. And I imagine I'm not the only person to have Amistad in a pot by the back door. So a couple of stems of Amistad. And these are what I'm calling filler. So they could be grasses, they could be seed heads, there could be all sorts of bits and pieces that you might think would make an interesting part of your bouquet. Because what makes a bouquet good is not just big flower, bit of filler, the end, but it's different colours and different textures. And, you know, you might find a twig that's got an interesting bit of lichen or some crab apples on a twig or something something interesting and different to be a bit of filler. And then I've cut the last, really, the dahlias are going, I'm afraid I'm lifting them any minute now. But if you look at them too closely, so I wouldn't sell these to anybody, but for me to go in my garden, to go in my kitchen, or actually for my mother-in-law who lives behind the camera, they'll make a really lovely bouquet. And so I've cut a few of those. And as you can see, they're not too matchy-matchy because I have a passion. I hate the word passion, it's so overused, but I have a real thing for flowers being interesting rather than pretty. So the mixture that I've cut is perhaps to anybody else's eye a bit random, but I like the clashing colours. I think it makes it more interesting and more fun to look at. So how do I make my bouquet? So imagine you've walked around the garden, you've taken a bucket with you, you've cut 30 stems of this, that and the other thing, and I hope that when you've made a little posy, you're inspired to do this. I would say everybody should, I would prescribe this from the doctor, that everybody should do this once a week through the year, whatever happens, because you develop a much more intense relationship with the closeness of your garden. It's so easy, especially in the winter. It's so easy to stand on your back doorstep with your cup of tea and it's not looking very enticing out there. And all you can see is sort of mass of green and grey and brown. And you think, oh God, it's just horrible out there, I'm not going to go. If you take your scissors and you go and you look more closely, you'll find all sorts of things to keep you amused through the winter. And you'll see how your plants develop much more closely. I promise you. I give you my word. Anyway, so once you've cut your 30 odd stems. I will admit I have cut rather more than 30 stems because I always get over excited and always cut too much. But when you cut your bits and pieces, bring them back somewhere. Always cut them into water so that they don't wilt. I always take the water to the plant and cut straight into water. And if I were going to do flowers for a party or something more important occasion, I would let them have a nice drink somewhere cool, airy and out of direct sunlight, far away from the fruit bowl. The fruit bowl gives off lots of gas that makes the flowers go over more quickly. So I might give them the morning to have a nice drink before I arrange them. And then I'm going to make a posy. So I'm going to start with some greenery, because in the same way as planting a border, you would plant the shrubs and the trees part of the border first, and then fill up the gaps with your flowers. It's very similar as it's like making miniature gardens. Garden design in a bouquet. So I'm going to start with this lovely cineraria, which the Americans call Dusty Miller. And I'm going to keep my stems clean all the time so that anything that goes in the water there's no rubbish that's going to rot in the water. So the flowers will last longer. Plus it looks tidier. So you get exciting up here and tidy down here. And any untidiness down here doesn't distract from the exciting up here. So this cineraria, I grow it in a pot outside my back door. And it is a bit Bond Street Chanel, but I like it because I like the softness, the velvetiness of the leaf. And with foliage, there's so many different kinds of colours and shapes. You don't just have green, you can have all sorts of colours. Here's a green one, but it's mint. You might have some mint in your garden, cuts beautifully. And for bouquets at this time of year that don't have an enormous amount of scent, a bit of mint goes a long way. And another darker colour, I love this. This is Physocarpus. The Americans call it ninebark. And I think a bit of dark foliage in your garden is really useful, particularly if you're cutting. So if I had a copper beech, I might cut a bit of it. And I have got some elder, which I'm going to use to collar the bouquet. Obviously, elder is a very magical plant, and so you must never cut elder without asking its permission. So I do feel particularly foolish as I stand there, and I ask the elder whether it would mind if I cut a bit, and it never says anything, although once I got stung, and I stopped. So I've made a little mix, and what I'm doing is I'm adding each stem at a time into the join between my thumb and my forefinger, and I'm holding it in a loose clamp. And then each time I add a stem, I make sure the stem is clean, and I add it at a gentle 45-degree angle, and then I twist everything in a quarter turn. And you may think this looks really, really odd. Look, gentle 45-degree angle, quarter turn. And it does look a bit odd from the beginning, but what I'm beginning to make is that nice florist twist, which will mean that the heads have got space to lean out, but also I'll get a nice strong understory, if you like, so I can stand the bouquet up. And you too can do that, so your flowers will be like, it'll look as though you've been to a very smarty pants florist. So, gentle 45-degree angle, and it goes, quarter turn. And you can see immediately how the nest of the foliage makes somewhere for the flower to sit. It sort of frames the flower. And now I'm going to work a little bit faster. The last of my cosmos, you know that if you cut cosmos in quite tight bud, it will come out slowly. It's like a surprise in a bouquet. So I never cut my cosmos when it's in flower because it won't last. I'll cut quite tight buds and let them come out. I love these seed heads of my cineraria. So these are they were quite bright yellow flowers. They're quite a sharp yellow, so I tend not to cut them. But I like the seed heads, and they're a good foil from the rather sort of Christian Dior grey. This is the reality. I like a bit of gritty reality in my bouquets. And look, none of my dahlias match each other at all. They are all just completely different. And as I go, I'm going to strip my stems and keep everything clean. Gentle 45-degree angle, quarter turn. I've got some lovely millet. If you've got grasses in your garden, They make a really nice spike and stop a posy looking as if it's one of those, you know, those very formal bicycle helmet bouquets that look as though you could knock somebody out with them. I'm rather anti that look. So, and millet is all growing in the same place in the garden. So I'm going to put it together in the bouquet, because then otherwise you get odd spikes sticking out and it looks a bit weird. This is another great silver foliage, Brachioglottis. It's a bit supermarket car park, but it makes a lovely hedge. So often people have it as a hedge. And again, it's another really lovely, soft, silvery foliage, which goes really well in a bouquet. Flowers don't have to be big. Here's Chocolate Cosmos. And I've been cutting these since July, and they smell chocolatey. And I like the way it'll stand proud of the bouquet a bit, and again, give it a bit more life. I've been cutting this Rudbeckia. Give me a Rudbeckia over a sunflower every day of the week. And I've been cutting these since July as well. They're a really giving plant, and sunflowers tend to be much heavier heads, so they're more difficult to use in a posy or a bouquet. Plus, often they grow against the neck of the stem, so they're difficult to make. It's difficult to make them smile out of a bouquet. They sort of are flat into it. So my 3 Rudbeckia, and I love that chocolate middle. I think it's a lovely autumnal look. So I'm beginning to have a bit of a posy, and I'm not looking really terribly carefully at what I'm putting into my bouquet as I'm putting into it, because I know what I cut. And when you really get into this, you start planting bouquets in your garden, and you never need really worry about what you're adding to your posies, because you decided what was going to go into them when you planted them. This is this gorgeous glaucous green foliage is Cerinthe, and it's also known as honeywort, and it has these little bell purple flowers at the end that the bees really love. And the bees are stuck a bit at this time of year for something to eat. So if you have a bit in your garden, you'll find it humming with bees, but you can also cut a few for your flower arrangements. What you'll see also, another thing I'm doing is I'm facing the foliage into the bouquet, because most bouquets are looked at from above. If I face the foliage out, which a lot of people you might think would be normal, then you just see the back of the leaves, and it's less attractive. You lose, particularly in the case of this Phytocarpus, you lose that lovely red. So I'm going to make all my foliage face in, and I'm nearly there. You can see it's not a huge bouquet, but it's full of interest. I'm going to add a few more of my dahlias, and I don't want to do too much more than 30 stems, because I want you to see what you can get out of a 30 stem cut. Just a couple more of my lovely old cosmos. These have been flowering since July as well. And I've got a really nice mix there. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to collar it. Because you know when you buy a posy or a bouquet, it's wrapped in paper and it sort of looks after it. But we're not going to wrap it in paper because we don't want to use any more paper, or we're trying to be green, aren't we? So what I'm going to collar it with is, I've got 4 dahlias. I'm going to have 1 more dahlia, and I'm going to go for real colour. Look at that. And I'm going to add it so that it's not getting mixed up with the Rudbeckia. And for collaring, I have got some of this lovely black elder, which I asked the tree if it would mind. And you can see how it faces in, and I can hold the material with the way that the elder sits. I can hold it, stop it falling out. So I've got 3 of those, and again I'm keeping my stems very clean. And then a bit more scent, and I bet you have this as well. If you have a scented pelargonium outside your back door in a pot, like everybody has. They cut beautifully. I've taken cuttings with all the material that came off the stem, so they're in a pot in the greenhouse already. And again, I can face them in, and they collar the bouquet really beautifully. And that way the bouquet feels held together. Now I'm nearly done, and I have definitely got more than 30 stems. Shall I count them, Jessie? I count everything all the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I've got 33 stems. So you get a good sized bouquet for 30 stems. But what I would like to do is make it look a little bit wilder. So I have got myself some honeysuckle, and I can just add the honeysuckle, and the tendrils give me extra wildness. So I love that little bit of wildness. And that, I think, will do it. It's a really lovely bouquet with 30 stems from a very autumnal garden. I'm then going to tie up my posy, and I'm going to use raffia. You can use string or ribbon or whatever you like. Raffia, the reason I like raffia is it doesn't stretch and it doesn't bruise. So it's not going to loosen up and let the stems fall out. And all I do is run the raffia twice around the posy, and I'm going to tie it up like this with a nice double knot. I never put the bouquet down because I don't want to bruise the flowers, especially if I've only just cut them and they're a bit wet or dewy. So that's all tied up nicely. And I'm going to just cut the stem straight across the bottom. And it should stand up for you. Luckily it's not windy. And there you have a really lovely, loose, pretty bouquet. Even the lady who's filming this is smiling. She's like, oh, look at that. That's amazing. And that's been cut out of, I will admit, slightly more than 30 stems. But you can see how you could do it with 30 stems. And I think the hashtag 30 stem challenge gives you a sensible amount that most people can get out of their garden. And I'm afraid once you start doing this, you will become a little bit keen, and you will do it often, which I can't recommend highly enough. I mean, you really will begin to really love your garden, even in the winter when you used to think it was very boring. And so you then become slightly obsessed about buying ribbon, because obviously if you're going to go and give these to your mother-in-law, as I am, who lives about 30 yards that way, it's nice to wrap them in a little ribbon. So all the haberdashers of the world are pleased too, because your ribbon passion becomes quite strong. And there we have a cheery, I've no idea what it looks like from your side, 30 stems challenge. It's not going to stand up again, but very easy to make, not too matchy. Go around your garden, take a pair of scissors and a bucket with some water in, and see what you can find, because I promise you there is more out there than you think. And why don't you put pictures across whatever social media you use and use the hashtag 30 stem challenge, number 30 stem challenge, and perhaps tag Wells Food Festival, and then we'll see what people are inspired to do after seeing this bit of film. Thank you very much. And if you'd like to know more, have a look at our website, commonfarmflowers.com, or come and see us do one of our workshops here next summer. We start again in the spring, or we'll see you online over the winter. Thank you very much. Bye.